Here we go. Day number 19 of Elden Ring. Can you believe it? Day number 19. First things first. I have never known defeat. I am Millennia, Blade of Mikola. I have never known defeat. Ha! Off to a good start. I can't stream 11 hours a day? Yeah, unfortunately. I tried once. When I was playing New World, I was doing multiple days of streams that were 13, 14 hours long. Yeah, pests are crazy. They're like, hide behind a wall? I have things that can go around corners. Huh. What is that? There's a... This is a trap, right? There's a thing out in the middle of this pool of rot. In this wide open space. Uh-oh. Oh, come on, man! Oh, dear. At least it doesn't slow you down. Oh. Oh no, it's one of those things! Oh god. Ew, gross. Oh, it's got so many hit points. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay, well, yeah, we're fine. This is okay, we're good. Oh, those extra hit points coming in real handy there. Thankfully, he can't seem to get up here. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wow. Well, there's a golden seed. What's the last one I needed to get another charge on my flask, actually? Oh. He summoned to challenge Millicent. He summoned to assist Millicent. Why would I want to betray Millicent? Pests are not my favorite. Alright. We have no healing potions. Maybe we should go back and refresh. Let's go back and refresh before we go and see if we can help / betray Millicent. After doing all this work to help her out, it feels like a shame to murder her. I was the villain the entire... What? I was the villain the entire time? That's it. Elden Ring is about me actually destroying the Earth. Condemning it to existence, death, and destruction. But we did get another great Ghost Orb, which is fantastic. Means I can upgrade one more summon to rank 10. Actually, I'm using Finley right now. What is one character better off after meeting the player character in a FromSoft game? Roderica seems to be better off for meeting the main character. Right? She doesn't end up grafted. And she learns how to apply a new trade. She meets Master Hugh. I don't know, maybe that whole thing turns into like a giant shit show later, but right now it seems pretty peaceful. Alright, we're helping out. We're helping out Millicent. Here we go. Against Amy and Maureen. The hell? Defeat her sisters? Mary. Millicent has sisters? Millicent died. Shit. Oh, wait. Do I get to try again? Or is she just dead forever? Like, her sisters just murdered her. Dude, that's it. No, here we go. Here we go. We can try again. Alright, good. Millicent just gets wrecked by her sisters. I didn't realize she had sisters. She never... I guess she never knew that. Or she didn't mention it. At least. Alright, Millicent. This time, less tanking stuff. Whoa! Amy is... nope, not friendly at all. Oh, God! Pollyanna? Amy. Alright, we can maybe take out Amy, the third sister. There we go. Marry the eldest sister. Now there's only Millicent. The only sister. That's it. So if you join, if you accept the summon to like fight Millicent, then it's what, 5v1? Rotten Winged Sword Insignia. Is she just an absolute badass in that situation? I can't imagine. Talisman depicting a raised prosthetic blade, an honor bestowed upon the Valkyries who serve the goddess of Rot. The Valkyries. So, Millicent and her sisters are the Valkyries of Rot. The four sisters were born in the swamp of Aeonia and came to the Halig Tree under the aegis of Gauri. And yet, those buds were doomed never to blossom. So there were four of them, and then Millicent was the fifth? I lost track of how many I was killing. Haven't seen so many sisters since playing Fallen Order. True, man, that... they were fun. I liked those fights. Greatly raises attack power with successive attacks. You can get some pretty sick melee builds here. Successive attacks raise attack power. Critical hits restore HP. Successive attacks restore HP. Poisoning increases attack power. Blood loss increases attack power. Increased power of charged skills. There's a lot of stuff here. Oh, absolutely. Shadow, 100%. Absolutely. Okay, so wait. Is she back at the... Oh, she's no longer at the prayer room. Okay, that makes sense. That she would no longer be here. So, wait. We helped her fight her sisters that she didn't know about, the Valkyries of the Goddess of Rot, at the Healing Tree. Using Seppuku on yourself procs the blood loss one. Wait, does Seppuku give you a blood loss debuff? I want to go talk to Gowry. You thought we were going to go fight Millennia, but we're going to go talk to Gowry real quick. Millennia will still be there. Don't worry. It self-damages for 10% of your health and counts as a blood loss proc. Interesting. So it effectively just gives you blood loss instantaneously and then what removes the debuff? Because isn't that what blood loss does, is an instant 10% damage of your total HP? Oh, Gowry.
Millicent, my daughter, why would you take out the needle?
What?
You were so close, so very close, to becoming the fairest of all flowers. Would you disown us, too, as your mother did? We, children of the Scarlet Rot.
Wait, where is she?
Millicent, Millennia, do you detest us so utterly?
She took out the needle? Which of course means that she's going to be susceptible to the Scarlet Rot again. Since it was holding all of her symptoms at bay. Gowry coming in with the spoilers. Is it spoilers if it's an in-game NPC telling you about something? So, wow, that's interesting. I guess she felt like her job was done. But she was all talking about giving back... Is she gonna give the needle to Millennia? What a turn of events. Get him, Finley. Feels rude. It's poetic justice. Wah. Wah ha ha. For all of that, though, I feel like Tish is just objectively better. I could, of course, make Mimic into rank 10 and then have 2 of me. That would also be fine. Finley looks cooler than Tish, though. So she wins from a style perspective. There you go. Just hit her right upside the head with that thing. Alright, here we go. Tish is extremely good. Yes. Shit. Oh my god, man. It's hard to see what she's doing because of her, like, there's the giant wings and there's all kinds of other graphical effects going on. There you go, stick her in the corner. That's it, keep her right there. Beautiful, beautiful. That was brilliant. Oh!
Extraordinary.
Just a couple well-timed dodges is all you need. That's it.
Of a true lord.
That's it. Millennia's Great Rune. Yeah. Man.
Dear Mikola. Oh, dearest Mikola, my brother. I'm sorry. I finally met my match.
Remembrance of the Rot Goddess. The dive bomb on Teach was clutch, yeah, so Teach, if you didn't see that, she chose my summon for the target of the dive bomb, so I only had to dodge the first one. I didn't have to dodge the second one. I could just sit there and DPS her that whole time. That was sweet. Do I have my Wondrous Physics set up? That's a weird question. Yes, I do use it. Yeah, that was really, really clutch. What a great fight. Level up. Do we want just HP? Maybe some more intelligence. Just tons more int. The shorter the fight, the less HP you actually need, right? Whoa. Hello? Just don't get hit, yeah. Interesting. Right. This is the chair she was sitting in. Just have insane lifesteal. There you go. I was considering that. Like, is there a way that I can create a lifesteal melee build where I just hit things constantly and basically am Millennia? Let's see. Millennia's Great Rune. Seek the isolated Divine Tower. It stands beyond the Lost Great Bridge. I know exactly where that is. I remember going there and thinking to myself, this place is totally empty. What the hell is with this place? It's my Lusat cosplay. Was that Garonk's tower over there? His little fortress? It is, isn't it? I dig these Carian Phalanx spells, but the fact that the things can run into the walls and just shatter. Oh, what? It's a little bit weird. Makes them hard to use. Wait, what is that place? That's way out there. Oh. Wait, how did I never see this thing over here? Millennia's Great Room. Let's see what this does. Attacks recover HP after damage is taken. The blessing of this half-rotted rune reduces the healing power of the Flask of Crimson Tears. Alright, so it reduces the healing power of your flask, but it lets you absorb HP. Due to the infusion of Millennia's Spirit of Resistance, attacks made immediately after receiving damage will partially recover HP. Millennia is daughter to Queen Marika and Radigan, and her great rune should have been the most sacred of all. Just backstepping towards people? Like this? Why? I don't understand. How does that... What's the point of that? 100%. The intent of this place is to get you to look at that thing over there and think to yourself, man, I really want to go there. Huh, how did I miss this on my map? Where did that come from? Backstepping towards people so they wouldn't proc, and then spinning around, and then what, hitting them with the swords instantly so they didn't know when to dodge them. Interesting. Just right in their face.
You. What is it? So, the Halig tree. Now but a husk. I heard speculation Mikola embedded himself in the Halig tree. But, before he could finish, someone cut the tree open and absconded with his infant form. Indeed. It seems those words held weight. How vexing that the All-Knowing didn't have the full story. Perhaps the Queen's sorrow was justified. Ah, my apologies. Lost myself for a moment there. The information you shared is of great value. As promised, your reward. A secret right, known only to me. You are a true fellow. All I ask is that you remain constant.
Lord's Divine Fortification. Incantation taught to Gideon the All-Knowing by the Two Fingers. Just to Gideon. Greatly increases holy damage negation for the caster and nearby allies. Gideon gained true knowledge after his long exchange with the Two Fingers, discovering all had been broken long ago, that the trembling fingers bent with age, and the Erd tree itself were no exception. All had been broken long ago.
Well?
Explains a lot, actually.
Well, what is it now?
Well, that's it. That's the extent of our dialogue with Gideon, is just... What is it now? I feel like he needs to invest in larger print, so he doesn't have to bend over so much. Like, look at that posture, sir. Please, it's painful just looking at you. Alright, Remembrance of Millennia. We can get either the Hand of Millennia, her sword, a katana, requires 48 dexterity to use. Whoa. The blade built into Millennia's prosthetic arm. Through consecration, it is resistant to rot. Millennia's war prosthesis symbolized her victories. Some claim to have seen wings when the weapon was raised aloft. Wings of fierce determination that have never known defeat. Unique skill, Waterfowl Dance. Perform a series of one-footed leaps in the manner of a waterfowl to unleash a swift yet graceful slashing combo. Repeated inputs allow for up to 2 follow-up attacks, so that's the ability that she uses that just slices you up during a fight. Or we can get Scarlet Aeonia. creates a gigantic flower that blooms into an explosion of scarlet rot. Each time the scarlet flower blooms, Millennia's rot advances. It has bloomed twice already. With the third bloom, she will become a true goddess. Wait, did we just make her into a goddess? Did we just make it bloom a third time? I can buy her gear? Yeah! Let's go! Millennia awaited Mikola at the foot of the husk. My brother will keep his promise. He possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. Winged helm made of unalloyed gold. So she waited at the foot of that tree for years for Mikola to come back, not knowing that he couldn't because the Lord of Blood had kidnapped him.
Now go forth.
It comes complete with Millennia's hair. Or was her hair prosthetic too? We'll never know. Beautiful.
Greetings, are you here for spirit?
She always sounds so sad when I speak to her. Are you here for spirit tuning?
Well, I took you for no man to lay out your arms.
Okay. I guess we're just Millennia now. So we don't know where Millicent went. After we defeated her sisters, she just vanished. Yeah, this giant flower here. It's interesting. Let's go see if Mikola has anything else to say. I haven't checked all the places I saw her at recently, no. I mean, you've been watching the entire time, so you would know the answer to that question. I'm sure we'll find her. Let's see, check the prayer room, Erd Tree, Gazing Hill. I wonder if Shaburi is still here. Now that we've technically moved the game state forward. Yep, still here. These shadows here are still kind of wonky.
Burn the Erd Tree and incinerate.
You are so single-minded, sir. Like, that guy just really wants me to burn the retreat to the ground. That's like all he thinks about. And I love this helmet. It looks so cool. What a great aesthetic for this boss, I gotta say. Alright, we're going this way? Her arms and boots give you prosthetics. I noticed that. Yeah, the feet look like actual leg replacements. Yeah, which would be a pretty cool touch. I'll buy the entire outfit, I just don't have enough runes on me to do it just right then. My cat is here, playing with her little spring right at my feet. And I'm not sure she has good intentions. Oh, good grief. Oh, what? Oh, that is a large man. Does he have a face on his chest? Sure does. Ha! He's just rolling around. Great. Good. Oh. That's gross. Stop it. Yeah, he's got a stomach or a face in his stomach. That's really unhealthy. Ow. What? That belt is made out of hair. But whose hair? That's a very large guy. I sounded like a cat owner just then? Yeah. Yep. I have two of them. It's my curse. Instantly uses the ability. Can't actually... We're like a mile away from the boss. Teesh, you might want to relax a little bit, you know? Or, you know, go up there and just get totally blasted. That's also fine. Teach the tank, doing a fantastic job, I might say. Wait a second. Ah! Ha ha ha! Phase 2! Oh. Oh! It's not supposed to bend that way. Uh-oh. Don't do it, man. Don't do it! No! No, 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 no! Oh! Oh! Yeah, maybe this is just normal for giants. You know, this is just what they do. Oh. The one eye. The one-eyed god of fire. Wham! The remembrance of the fire giant. Good job, Tish. You are dismissed. The Mega Sharon guy. That's right. Exactly. This fight gives you mixed feelings. It looks cooler when you're ranged and not staring at his toes the entire time. You know, you just described the experience of every single MMO tank that has ever played in a game. Like, if you're tanking something, you're sitting there and you got the boss's model right in your face. Their feet, or their crotch, or whatever. Everybody else is having a great time, and they're thinking, man, this fight is awesome, and the tank's like, what? I can't see anything. All I see is giant boss toes. Either, yeah, that's true, melee or either with the tank or dead on the floor. Usually dead. Usually. Well. This thing's huge. Look at this. It's enormous. Forge of the Giants. Gonna fall off. Gravity's still the worst enemy in the game for me. This looks like another boss arena. I have 180k souls, yeah. If I die and I don't recover them, then they'll all go away. We'll be okay, don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be fine. That's been your experience in any MMO? I feel like maybe Lost Ark is better about that, because Lost Ark is a ARPG isometric. And it only kind of sort of has tanks, you know? Nice. Nice. There we go. I thought, maybe I can get down this way. That did not happen. Wait, how do I get to the center of this thing? Now that I'm here, it's like... Gravity. Gravity's gonna win where all the bosses in this game have failed. I don't see a clear path down. Maybe over there? We'll see. Hey, cowboys. How's it going tonight, man? You love how the option to talk to Melina is available. Very subtle. Subtle. Shadow. Quite subtle. Fuck.
I have long observed the lands between. This world is in dire need of repair and death. Indiscriminate.
Ooh.
Are you prepared to commit a cardinal sin?
I'm ready. I want to sin.
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment. O Erd Tree, you shall burn. Burn for the sake of the new Lord. Thank you for guiding me here. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Goodbye.
Well, okay. I get the sense that we're not in Kansas anymore. This is Kansas, yeah. Oh, you're right. It looks different than I remember it. There's a lot more dragons than there were last time I was here. Rank 8 smithing stone. Well, I was just wondering how we're going to get to this place, and yeah, here we are. We did it. Crumbling Falrum Azula. We've been here before. Kind of. From the 4 belfries. Those are demi-humans. Like big, nasty demi-humans. Whoa. Oh, hi. Oh, here we go. So, oh, we can't teleport away from here. I see. We're trapped. We are stuck. Wait. Wait, something caught my eye from here. The Farum Great Bridge. Isn't that where we are? Farum Azula? Oh, interesting. Huh. This looks promising. As soon as I see that thing pop up, yeah, we're going with the summon. Oh, dear. Okay, hi. Wait, did he hit Tish with it? Good job. Tish is like the best tank. I love it. Okay, Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. I was expecting about as much from defeating a ancient dragon. I wonder if that was Fortisax's brother or second sister. Not at all bait. Yeah, 100% not bait. That's what I want you to think. This place is very ominous. I like the music, the ambience. Grade 7 smithing stone. Huh. I feel like we can jump down there from here. But where else can we go? That guy had a shield. Light. Ooh. This reminds me a lot of Garank's place. Very similar decoration. Oh, elevator. Hey. I think we were over there when we came here from the 4 belfries. I like how the 4 belfries kind of give you this sneak peek into the rest of the game. Ooh, gravelstone. It's actually pretty rare. Beastman's jar shield. Okay. Shield fashioned from a tall broken jar carried by the Beastman of Faramazula. There is a particular knack to wielding it. Beastmen have always fired earthenware jars for the express purpose of making shields. Such are their ways, strange though they are. Yeah, we don't use our jars to hold things, we use them to protect ourselves. Oh, hi. Ancient Dragon Prayer Book. Nice. Yep, this is this is exactly the same place as Garank's area. Oh! Ha! There we go. Got him. Guess I should put my hat back on. There we go. Perfect. Lovely. Somberstone Miner's Bell Bearing, Grade 4. Well, it looks like the Erd Tree is still there. We have to take the fire to the Erd Tree, so we can burn it down. Oh, oh no! I hate these things. And I wonder if to fight Wormface rank 2. Wormface Jr. Ha! Lanedale has the best fire department. That's right, man. They'd better. That thing is just kindling waiting to happen. Rank 9 Somber Smithing Stone. Anything else around here? Oh. Yeah, there's a big dude over there. That's what I thought. We definitely have Wormface the Second. Okay, so we can climb up the ladder, we can go up this ramp, and go down the ramp into that area down there where the mini-boss is. A lot of different options ahead of us right now. Is it crying? I suppose I'd be crying too if I looked like that. Yeah. You know, it's a mini boss. It's more about relative size than absolute size. The giant may be giant, but still might be a mini boss. Ah. What's this? Fulgur Bloom. And a bonus. Bonus big worm face guy. Thank goodness for that, man. 2 for 1. What? So lucky. Get a free worm face with every purchase of Fulgur Bloom. That's right. Now until the end of the month. Hurry, supplies are limited. Gold tinged excrement. Wait, he dropped gold tinged excrement? Was he just carrying it around? Aha. Is this the... This is the elevator. Alright, so... I have come full circle, it seems. Cool. Alright, I have no more mana pots. Should I... I was kind of hoping that there would be a... like a Stake of America or a... Site of Grace down here. Let's go closer to the boss and see if there's a Stake of America around. If there is, that's great. If not, then it's going to be a hell of a run back. We don't finish him off the first time. Hello? Man, I wouldn't mind another third Blue Millennia. The first one was super fun. The second one's gotta be better, right? Think of all the money you could get from, whoa, from killing everything on the way every time. Oh yeah, sure. Lots and lots of money. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I like how that guy's just back there by himself. Oh, he's next to something. Oh, man. Now I have to kill you. Gravelstone, worth it. 5 of them. Not bad. We must have to fight a lot more dragons. You've been MMO questing this evening, so lots of long runs back and forth. Such is the nature of all MMO questing, that's true. MMOs are designed to waste time, that's what they do. Back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth forever. Alright. I'm gonna go check out this gazebo. Before we fight this boss. Glove Wart Pickers Bell Bearing rank 3. So I can summon, but there's no Stake of America. So I'm stuck with my melee attacks, because I have no mana. I have no mana. That's fantastic. But I've got 4 healing pots. So we can absolutely do it, right? Absolutely do this. Yeah, let me put a shield on because I can't use my staff anyway. Oh, I can't use that. Okay, let's use this one. Oh, all that death. Oh, yeah, they heard that. Oh, they heard that. Oh, I went the wrong way. I'm stuck back here now. I need to go up this ramp if I want to actually put some distance between myself and them. Boy. Oh, hi. Yes, apparently they've got a lot of distance on that business that they shoot out of their mouths. Did he cut? Is he following me? Oh, dear. Ho-ho! You know, I've never died to Deathblight before. That's interesting. That's an interesting looking death animation. Wow. That's amazing. It's brutal, yeah. Oof. Definitely don't want to have that happen to you too often. Oh, I don't have my staff on. Hang on. Wait, timeout, beast people. Timeout, wait. I'll be back. I need to staff it up. Here we go. Wait, where'd it go? Where's Lusat's staff? It's all the way down here. All the way down there. Did they get tentacled? Yes. Yeah, it's no fun. Don't mess with me, I've got Scarlet Blight. Scarlet Rot. Whatever. Can I just get through here? I just want to go to the elevator. Yeah, that Deathblight death is, interesting. That animation, oof. Brutal. Hello, Catboy fan. It'd be nice if I could mount here. Is there any way I can skip these guys? Can I sneak around some of them? Save as many resources as I can for the boss. Disgusting. It does tick down very slowly, yeah. I was just looking at that. No, I could put on the pustule. If I was feeling like it was too much, I could put the Death Prince's pustule on this thing. Raises vitality. Since we're in the death area as it is. There we go. I was looking for that. This is gonna be real tough. Alright, go get him, Tish. Attack! Oh! Oh, okay, actually not as tough as I was expecting. Tish makes such short work of a lot of these things. Maybe I should make a Tish build. Where I become a black knife, and then I can use Tish and or the Mimic to make more black knives, and then we just death debuff everything. Show you the power of the Rune of Death. Well. Okay. So, let's see. We explored back this way, and all that was there was that very lonely individual. Relaxing in his corner, reading his book. That guy. Alright. So, let me think. That was what was... This is what was down the elevator. I think there was another path we could go down. That shows this instead. Get up there. There we go. We can also go this way. What's over here? Jumping puzzles. Always a favorite. I guess it's not really a puzzle, it's more like just... Oh. That's a boss arena. That is 100% a boss arena. Okay. Come, get this treasure. I knew it. I knew it. I can't even summon here. Oh, dear. Whoa. Sir or madam, please stop. Oh! Okay, you're just gonna set the whole platform on fire, I see. No need to get so uppity. Oh, come on, man. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He has an ability that just knocks you off the platform? Are you serious? That's all it does. It didn't even damage me. It just knocked me off. How embarrassing. For him, not for me, for having an ability like that. That's cheating. It reminds me of, I don't know, for some reason I'm thinking about this, that really reminds me of the Paladin Mage Tower trial, where there's just like waves and waves and waves of things, and the whole point is to just basically knock you knocked off the platform. If this is a boss arena, it definitely needs knockback. Oh no. I disagree. We never need knockback. What? That one-shot me? Wow. Alright, well I guess I'd have to watch out for that, man. This was your favorite place in the game, nice. It's a very pretty area. I like how that fire is such a small AoE and I just happen to roll right into it. I guess that's why it one-shots you. Alright, take 3. We are definitely getting it this time. 100%. Good news is I haven't fallen off trying to get on the platform yet. Oh my goodness. Oh! There we go. Whoop. Drink the potion. Ow. Ow. Get up. Heal. Yeah, there we go. Didn't use your stupid knockback that time, did you, buddy? Yeah. First try on the third attempt. Exactly. I love it. I love it, man. Oh, I can actually get out now. Oh, I can get out now. Oh, I see that the repercussions of my decision have reached even this place. Interesting. I wonder if Gideon has anything to say about it. He's like the literal definition of the "this is fine" character, right? The place is actually on fire, and he's still just reading his books.
You burned the Erd Tree, didn't you? Then the Round Table is soon to follow. Ah, no need to fret about that. The Round Table holds served to put a tarnished upon the throne of Elden Lord. And if the Erd Tree needed to burn for that to happen, then the Round Table must go as well.
Talk.
I'll stay at the Round Table for a time. I must learn all that can be taken from this place, and sear it into my memory. How could I call myself the All-Knowing if I did any less? The pursuit of knowledge is without end. For knowledge is never a thing complete. Thus, I maintain the mantle of all-knowing. Perhaps the same could be said of guidance. Who's to say whether we'll remain who we are, once the fight is finished? What do you think? As one who aspires to become Elden Lord.
Hey Camilla, is that Sean Bean? I mean, it might be. I honestly don't know. I haven't looked up any of the voice actors for the game. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions, yes, indeed.
Well, what is it now?
I guess that's it. Here, let me go give the bell bearings to this lady before the whole place disintegrates. These ladies, I guess. Offer. Wait. Offer? Offer. Somber Miner's bell bearing 4. Glovewort Picker's bell bearing 3. Ghost Form Picker's bell bearing 3, which means I can now buy up to rank 8 Somber Smithing Stones. Rank 9 Ghost Glovewort. Oh, really? Rank 9. Rank 9 Grave Glovewort too. Expensive, but nice. It's not. You just checked. Got it. How have you been, Camilla? Is everything alright? All good? Oh, Roderica's gone. I wonder if she went back to her shack.
I knew you'd be back. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
This guy's nothing if not determined. The whole world crumbling around him and all he wants to do is smith. Okay, let's go do the thing I actually came here. Oh, here she is. Hi, Roderigo.
Take a look around. The round table hold is burned, razed to the ground. Don't worry. I don't blame you. I'll continue spirit tuning just the same as before, which is why I need your help persuading Master Hugh to leave. His roots are so knotted in this place. He won't last much longer if he stays here. His shackles are broken. He's a free man now. It's high time he put the round table behind him.
Yeah, I agree. Visiting the family homestead with your rat? Nice. I hope you get some time to relax. Your life is the "this is fine" meme. Oh, man. Yeah, I feel that way sometimes, too. Less now than before, but occasional. The two fingers are still communing with the greater will.
You've done it, I see. What use do you have for me now? I am a finger reader. I will remain here until their dialogue ends and the fingers speak again. Do as you please. Take whatever course seems most worthy to you. Now you may go.
No.
You'd force this tired old crone to work, even now.
Yeah, I have things I want to buy.
Harder taskmaster have I never met.
Want to buy the rest of the equipment for Millennia. I find it interesting that you can also buy gear for certain other bosses that aren't demigods, like Commander Neil and Loretta, and this guy. Oh, I forgot what his name is. Elimer. I guess they basically figured if anybody in the game has a cool looking set of armor, the player deserves to be able to wear it somehow. Remembrance of the Fire Giants. You can get a whip made out of his hair? Really? Hefty whip woven from the flame red hair of a fire giant. Every giant is red of hair, and Radigan was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps that was a curse of their kind. Radigan was a giant? Interesting. Was a fire giant. If you dodge roll into things with the Briar set, it deals damage. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's neat. One of the incantations that draws directly from the power of the Fire Giants, Burn O' Flame, raises a series of flame pillars around the caster. Charging further increases the number of flame pillars. The Fire Giants borrowed from the power of a fell god, and still they were defeated. Yet their failure released them from their solitary curse to serve as keepers of the flame for eternity. I guess we have to take the hair whip. Why not?
Now, go forth. Do what you believe is right.
Now, go forth. I have to see what this thing looks like. The hair whip. Let's see. Yep. Looks like a hair whip. That's what that is, alright. Let's put Millennia's gear on. What a cool aesthetic. I gotta say, I love that. The look they made up for Millennia. Crumbling Beast Grave. Depths. Tempest facing balcony. There we go. The hair whip is kind of cool. Does it have an ability? Flame Dance. Imbue the red braid with the giant's flame and lash out in a wide range with a series of agile swings. Wait a sec. Are these undead beastmen? They sure are. Interesting. Oh, and here they come, too. And they've got bows and arrows. Fantastic. Just look at those giant arrows sticking out of my body. It's so funny, man. I think this is one of my favorite things about this game, is the fact that the arrows basically, like, get 10 times their size when they finally stick in you. Oh. Whoa, 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 relax. All right. Catboy, please. The collector's edition was a statue of Millennia? Sure. Did this head just fall out of nowhere? Just bones from heaven? Uh-oh. Back up. There we go. Okay, we're fine. Tornadoes with a chance of meatballs, tornadoes with a chance of dragons, with a chance of falling carcasses. Yeah, pretty much the same thing. Why not? Why not, man? Or what are the what are the chances that I fall off trying to get to this treasure? Pretty good, right? Spent all this time getting here. Just about 100% chance of falling off. Okay. Whoa. Oh, that was close. 20%. Soupcon? Is that like Sakon? You can get lots of mind goblins over in at Sakon. Where is the thing? I thought I saw a treasure here, but I guess not. There's something way down there. Oh, this guy's very sturdy. I see. He's got fire! He can breathe fire. What? Also, he had one more hit point. I feel like a lot of these things survive with 1 HP. I feel like they survive more often than not with 1 hit point. We're gonna try just running through here. We're speedrunning. Later. Goodbye. Ow. Fire-breathing humanoid skeleton rat thing. Yes. Precisely. No! Dear. Okay. Oh. Oh! There we go. The little delay at the end of his motion to kind of bait out the dodge. There we go. There we go. That's it. Yeah, forget that thing up there shooting at me. Hey, I'll hurry up. Man, we are... This place is bad, but I don't think it's quite risen to the level of Hailing Tree bad yet. The Hailing Tree was absolutely on another level. Alright, so, let's see. There's a place we can drop down this way. How did he die when he's that tank and that fire? Oh, I knew it! I knew it. I walked out into this hallway and I thought to myself, this is a perfect place for somebody to just jump out and attack me. Yeah, Hailing Tree has a smorgasbord, a cornucopia of bad things. Aha, I see. Yeah, I feel the same way, Aria. There's so much stuff in the game, it's easy to miss. Easy to miss things, you know? I think backstabbing should be permakill. I agree. At least it's permakill if you knock them off the platform. At least they have the decency to die that way. Great grave gloveworts. It's yet another summon I can get up to rank 10. I'm such a fool. I saw that one thing fall from the ceiling and I thought to myself, oh, that's not so bad. I can deal with one of them. And then the other two fell. And then suddenly things got much, much worse. DS2 where things only respawn 10 times. I heard that was a real bone of contention for DS2 players. But they thought it trivialized the game too much or something along those lines. They really hated the fact that things eventually didn't respawn. Well, not of healing potions. Fantastic. Well, at least I found a new site of grace before that happened. Yeah, I don't know, I've never played DS2. What other game was it that you needed to burn stuff to keep them from coming back? Resident Evil 1. I think had a mechanical flaw. Where you had to use matches. That's right, you had to use matches to burn corpses. Otherwise, I think they came back as bigger bad guys later in the game or something. You could reset the spawn counter. Oh, interesting. So wait, you go up there to turn on the Site of Grace, and then you can just jump down here, huh? So if you didn't go upstairs, if you just came down this way, you wouldn't know that there's a Site of Grace just above you. Oh, hi. Banished? What is a banished knight doing here? Of all places. Just this crumbling ruin full of undead beastmen and a banished knight. Oh, there's a lot of them. Evidently. Thousands of hours of video essays due to that one banished knight. Absolute champion in my eyes, then. Just imagine. Azula Beastman Ashes. I thought I heard another knight coming my way. Okay. Let's see. Spirits of Beastmen from doomed Farum Azula, the slowly crumbling ruins of the skies. These ruins are said to be the remains of a giant mausoleum enshrining an ancient dragon, guarded by chosen beastmen who wield weapons clad in lightning. Well, it seems as though there's more than one ancient dragon here. And I guess these banished knights were also chosen to guard it, as well as the worm face guys. Just had a little smattering of everything. Beastmen, knights, worm dudes. Seems very safe to me. And they all lived in harmony until the Tarnished attacked. It's me, the Tarnished. Touch gold summon sign to summon some... What the hell are you? Okay. Summon recusant... It's Bernal! It's Bernal! Yeah, sure, I like Bernal. He's a good guy. At least he's not invading me and trying to kill me. That's nice. Alright, Brunal, let's do this thing. Not sure what it is we're doing precisely. Oh. The Godskin duo. Naturally, yes. Haven't I fought them already? Ah, my hubris. Bernal's doing a pretty good job over there. Nicely done. Are there more? Oh, there's more. Are there more? Naturally there are. Wait, where are they? Ah. Oh! He's back. More of them. Wait, did that guy just have 1 HP? And then he died? You fight them so often? I've fought... Let's see, I fought one on a bridge, I fought one in the basement, I fought 2 of them, like... no, I fought another one in the Volcano Manor. 2 of them when they were summons. And 3 more. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I think we thought 5 of them just now. Smithing Stone Miner's Bell bearing 4. Ash of War Black Flame Tornado. Really? Black Flame Tornado, huh? Spin armament overhead and then plunge into the ground to summon a raging vortex of black flames. Hold to create an initial flame tornado while spinning the armament. That's neat. Black Flame Tornado. Well, thankfully Bernal and Tish basically soloed them. Appreciate that. Good job, team. High fives all around. Used to gain an enormous abundance of runes. Which I think is 50,000? Yeah. Alright, how many do we need for the next level up? Another 10k? 3k. Alright, not bad. There's 2 of each individual, the Summoner Cave, and then this one. You're right. I forgot about the one in the Windmill Village. Yeah, so there's one out in the world that is not not really considered a boss, I think. And there's 2 that are behind doors of the same ones, and then there's this, where you fight a bunch of them, and then the Summoner Cave, yeah. Starting to get expensive? Man, they've been expensive for a bit. It's 100,000 something, 150,000 runes for one level. But I'm approaching 160, which is like very, very end game level. That place over there doesn't look very suspicious at all, does it? So we can go down here. What? Who are you? Alright, hang on. I need to leave a marker here. Dragon Temple Altar. Dragon Temple Transept. I need to remember that there's multiple ways I can go here. So I can come back and explore this place. Hi. Oh, he's got 1 HP. No, that means he's gonna be completely lethal. Uh-oh. Hello? Ha! Actually alive beastmen. Well, I guess they all lead to the same place. It's the transept they need to explore, though. From beastman to just beast. Yeah, no, they did, Catboy, you're right. Sekiro was definitely their magnum opus when it came to combat design, though. Man, that game was so great. I loved the fights. They all felt so damn epic, every single one of them. But yeah, I like this game has so many different avenues of approach for the different fights. You know, you've got magic, melee, different kinds of melee, different kinds of magic. And, oh, this is going to be interesting. Oh yeah, there we go. Alright. So it really does stay refresh. Learning the boss patterns isn't easy either. And of course, I summoned Bernal and Tish for that fight, but I didn't need to. Right, I could have done that without either of them. Made it much more difficult on myself. I don't trust it. Oh, wow. It's a very well-equipped demi-human right there. The mobs punish attacking too quickly, and they always hesitate. Yeah, they do a really good job of tripping you up. Sekiro combat was very akin to a rhythm game. You know, you had to press the block button with the beat to really defeat the bosses. But you know what? Sekiro introduced what was probably the most satisfying mechanic of all time. The Mikiri counter. And as great as the combat is in Elden Ring, it has no Mikiri counter as far as I can tell. Oh my gosh, yeah man, it's really funny how they absolutely know exactly the timing of when people are likely to dodge. Wow. Just randomly stood behind that pillar. And they'll make it so that the thing will hit you twice, and then it'll wait for you to dodge, and then it'll do another attack perfectly timed to kill you after you're done dodging. Perfectly timed. Uncanny. Just guard counter. That's not the same. The Mikiri counter is I don't know, it just feels amazing. It just feels good to use it. Requires a lot of timing, whereas like a guard counter is you just block and then what? Block and right click or something like that? Block and heavy attack. It doesn't really demonstrate as much finesse, I think. I feel like I missed some stuff down there. Go back and explore this. It's like they made this to be the opposite of Sekiro, yeah. Well, a lot of people didn't like Sekiro because it only had the one weapon. You didn't have many different avenues of approach for the different fights. You either had to learn how to use that one weapon, or you didn't play the game. So a lot of people just didn't play the game. I can see if you're playing Dark Souls and you're used to having a fire mage or something like that you really like. It'll take a lot of getting used to now playing a ninja with a samurai sword. Don't know if you can one weapon the whole game. Yeah, right. I get it. It's a legitimate criticism to level. I always got the sense that Sekiro was a experiment for them. To see if they could do something like that. And they would take elements of it and roll them into their future games. Lack of liminal spaces. Can you elaborate? You haven't done Sekiro, so you're not actually sure, but what about parry? Parry is similar to the block mechanic in Sekiro. I should play through that game again. I really should. So there's two different things you can do. You can block, right, where it's just like, all right, I press the LB button, which is the block button in that game, but it's like you just basically, you know, you raise your sword and you'll parry whatever is incoming, right? You take less damage if it hits you. And then there's like, I should say, so there's block and there's parry. So you have to parry at the right. Oh, dear lord. Okay. You parry at the right time, then you damage your opponent's posture, and posture is like a second hit point bar. So you can either win by reducing the enemy's hit points to 0, or reducing their posture to 0, and then getting a finishing blow on them. And parries do more posture damage than regular attacks do. Mikiri counter does an enormous amount of posture damage. That's why it was so satisfying. Always like, there's only so many openings for it, because it had to be done against a thrust attack. And it basically shut down the boss for a bit before we were fighting. And had always these really cool animations with it, right? Because you basically, like, the way the Mikiri counter is animated, your player character puts their foot on top of whatever the weapon is that the person's using to attack them, and, like, shoves it into the ground, and then you have the ability to counterattack. Oh, come on, man. Oh, God. Not the fire! These HP are paying for themselves. Wah-ha! There's so much stuff here. Time to earn your paycheck, Tish. Tish is like, I'm getting paid. What? Oh, shit. I didn't realize I had that. I was like that low on HP. The entire game was active spaces with the story in situ, whereas in Dark Souls games, they're traditionally more transitional. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you mean. This place is a nightmare. This place is just riddled with undead beastmen. Absolutely infested. But there's one of those trees up there. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put another charge on my flask. Let's see if we can do a bit better this time. Ooh, a rune arc. Ooh, my runes. Even better. Oh, that's what we did. We aggroed that wandering pack of them, I see. Okay. Tish and I wonder if I can get to this building. Man, Tisha's just really good at breaking their guard, it seems like. There we go. Alright, I wonder if this place has a front door. Well, it looks like it does. It just doesn't work. The hinges fell off. Shame on you. You're picking fights with these things. Tish getting a little ahead of herself with that, huh? Alright. Let's move forward. Interesting. Oh. Golden Lightning Fortification. Ooh. Doesn't that sound fancy? Greatly increases lightning damage negation for the caster and nearby allies. This incantation was used by the Knights of the Erd Tree during the assault by the great ancient dragon Grandsax and the bitter war of the ancient dragons that followed. The Dragon Song War? Ooh, what? Hey! Speaking of dragons. This one's sleeping, though. Oh no, I rolled the wrong way. I rolled right into it. I thought I was gonna be safe underneath him, but he did the other thing where he breathes on top of himself. Go boop the snoot? God. I tried, and then he roasted me alive. I ran precisely the wrong direction. I feel like usually you're pretty safe if you get right underneath them. They have a hard time hitting it, but it seems like this one knows. It just knows. Womp. What? Why can't I turn my camera? Am I still locked onto his head? What is going on? There we go. Haha, I got him. And this guy over here is just watching. That does, yeah. I usually try to lock onto their hind legs. Because if you attack, there's a couple of reasons. If you attack the hind legs enough, it staggers them. And it tends to keep the camera eye level. Versus looking up into the sky always to track his head. Okay. So, I guess it just gives you runes. Interesting. I wouldn't have minded more dragon hearts. Or something along those lines. There are some dragons for which you cannot lock onto their legs. They like to fly to areas you can't look at with the camera. Oh, that's nice. Wait, is that Alexander? Why are you here?
Ah, I see you finally made it here yourself. The city hanging in the air is slowly crumbling. What an incredible place we find ourselves. But that aside, I can't believe you felled that giant. It was practically a god. I doubt there's another soul out there who could have done the same. Of course, I count myself the great Alexander among many, which means I've but one thing to ask of you. Would you kindly undertake my ordeal?
I'm sorry,
Come
what?
and tell me when you're ready.
Undertake your
I've
what?
been longing to fight a warrior as accomplished as you.
You want me to fight you? Oh no, I don't want to fight him. He's gonna explode and then it'll be really messy.
You are ready then? Then let us begin. I am the great Jar Warrior, Iron Fist Alexander. Lend me strength, O warriors. Let us... As I suspected, victory was impossible. This vessel was found lacking.
You okay?
My thanks. I knew you were the stuff of champions. It was a marvelous battle. I implore you, take what I bequeath from inside me.
No.
All vessels are destined to one day break.
No!
But the great Alexander lived as a warrior to his last.
Alexander, no! Oh no, man! Shard of Alexander is a trinket. Alexander's innards is a key item. Ew. Come on, man. No! Alexander, you are such a good guy. Greatly boosts the attack power of skills. Oh, that's nice. Scraps of stewed flesh cling to the shard, and tatters of ornaments can be seen mingled within the slime. Relics of a red-haired champion, it would seem. A red-haired champion was, like, stewed inside of Alexander. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, what was it? Key item? Alexander's innards? Keepsake of the warrior jar Alexander. Found at the core of the dead flesh that once filled the great jar. The jars contain dregs inherited from those who came before, thus our warriors passed from jar to jar, carrying dreams of greatness. Phase 1. Yeah, dude. Oh no. I mean, he just exploded. I didn't even deal the finishing blow, so to speak. He just detonated himself, and I'm a little sad about that. He was such a good guy. He was just trying to become the world's greatest warrior, you know? Sometimes, I guess, fate gets away from us. Okay. Have we been over that way? I think we have, right? Yeah, so I think we come down that thing. I missed that treasure, apparently. Yeah, because that's off towards... Yeah, so there's the Tempest-facing balcony, the Dragon Temple. So we came back all the way around this way, found ourselves on top of the temple. Nice. Should have thrown the fight for him? I could have, yeah, you're right, but I have a warrior's obligation to give all of my fights my best, you know? Otherwise, it does him a dishonor. And I don't want to disappoint him. The retreat is on fire. It is definitely there, burning to death. Should have brought him some duct tape. That seems more my speed. I was lacking the duct tape key item. For a second there, this looked like the dragon wing. I was gonna say, haven't we had enough dragons for one day? Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook, rank 4. You? God. Where did you come from? Just runs out of nowhere. Full speed. How dare you hurt my friend? Apparently very upset that I was attacking his buddy. Taking his property, apparently. He was avenging Alexander. No, you're right. Actually, that makes sense. How dare you hurt him? It was the best jar. Okay, so where was this guy? I keep seeing things and I think to myself, have I been down there? The answer is usually yes, but sometimes I miss things. Oh, he's right there. Oh wait, that was another guy. Where'd the second guy come from? Is he around the back? Oh, he must be around the back. Oh. It's a trap. Should have known. He only spawns after you go into this little building. Aha. Maybe he was just sitting back here the entire time. Waiting for me. Alright. Rank 8 smithing stone. I have already been down this way. But there's no way I could have gotten to smithing stone unless I came from up there. Okay, I wonder if I can get into that window. Let's find out. No. I cannot. It was worth a try, though. Wow, this place is very confusing. The Dragon Temple. I hear what sounds like dragon wings flapping in the air. Yep. Yep. Staggered and then finished. So like I said, I feel like I hear dragon wings somewhere. And then there's this guy. Everything here just breathes fire. Yes. Well, this is an ancient dragon temple, so my guess is everything is performed Dragon Communion. Oh. Those weren't dragon wings, those were footsteps. This guy's giant clodhoppers. Dragon Temple, Transept. I feel like I'm still discovering new areas here. But at the same time, I feel like I've been all these places before. Stone Sword Key, fantastic. I want to get over there. Yes. That looks like the path forward. Question is, how do I do that? Looks like I need to be this way, and then I need to go back over here. Boy, if I ever needed dragon wound grease, this is the place to go. Ah, this looks familiar. I think I came into that room from the other side last time. This is the room where we fought the Godskin duo. Alright, cool. Okay, so I feel like we need to figure out a way to go north from here. So this is the elevator, right? Yeah, okay. Or just east would also work. It makes me think that either we use that place, like that direction, to get to that boss room, or we come at that boss room from the other side, and that's the exit that I'm looking at. And this is eventually where we go to. Right? Crumbling Beast Grave? So up here is Alexander. Came all the way back up this way. I like how they draw the dragons on the map. Like, this is where all the dragons are. I remember when I first got the Fallen Cat Talisman, back when I first did Raya Lucaria, and I was so excited because I, in my naivety, thought that I could jump from any height and land without taking damage. I thought that that was the coolest thing. The absolute coolest. And throughout all of these areas of exploration, seems to me like I could really put something like that to good use. Yeah, the first thing I did when I found that is I jumped off a cliff and died. I put that on. I was so excited. Put it on and instantly killed myself. Yeah, it's a great troll item for sure. Okay, maybe I'm coming at this from the wrong way. Maybe come around this way, and there's like another exit up here that I didn't see. Because I feel like I was going forward. I felt like I was making forward progress right up until I got to Alexander. And then we were just kind of winding back on ourselves. Yeah, I saw this treasure at the bottom of this giant cliff. And I instantly put that thing on and jumped off. It's great. And then I was very confused. I said to myself, why? It removes all damage. And it does. But what it doesn't say is that falls over 20 meters instantly kill you. And you can't prevent damage from death. You just die. So I feel like once you get on this platform here, the only way to go is back down. Which makes sense, because this guy's like, hey, you should go down this way. That's why he's draped over the ledge like that. And there is a platform there. This is where the treasure is. This takes us back to where we were before. Just to the southwest of the Dragon Temple. Sometimes I feel like the map design is great, but areas like this that are really, really complicated, and there's a lot of different ways you can go, can get a little labyrinthine. It does, yeah. There's a lot of little areas and platforms you can jump onto and places to explore. There's a lot of verticality to this zone. So there's just a lot to it. Maybe... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the elevator. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see how that would be the case, Velenin. Oh. Oh! This whole area was locked behind this imp. Which means that was just like a bonus place. More or less. I forgot all about that. I got 100% distracted by the fact that I was up there. And there seemed to be things. And I mean, there's Alexander there, but... apparently he was a... Easter egg, almost. Yeah, right. Optional area is so big it had its own site of grace. Yes, that's what confused me. That's why it was like, what is here I'm missing? I wasn't missing anything. There just wasn't anything left. That just wasn't the way forward. Okay, so we want to get... I think we want to go over there. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I guess there was something there. It was the end of the Alexander questline. Not that I did a whole lot of questing for Alexander. I hit him on the butt with a two-handed weapon at one point for a while, and then I forgot to summon him for Radon. And then he got stuck in the ground again. And then I found him taking a bath in some lava. And that was it. I can hear them walking around upstairs. That is a Crucible Knight. His Volcano Manor spot, yeah. That's right. I'm tempering myself. One must be well prepared. I would invite you to join me, but you are far too flammable. Oh, man. Everything does breathe fire here. Everything does breathe fire here. Except for the guys that breathe worms. They don't breathe fire. You could have at least helped with the oversized lizard that comes out right there. Yes, the magma worm. That is right there. Yes, you're right. That is such a bait. That treasure right there is bait. Although, it does lead to that platform. Which does lead down there, so maybe it's not as baity as I thought. Can we make that jump? We're supposed to make that jump. Doesn't look like we're supposed to make that jump. We're supposed to make this jump. There we go. Still missing Miquella's rune. To figure out a way to get him out of that cocoon so I can murder him properly. I never did, no. Oh, good. Precisely what I was hoping this place would have. The hawks. Hello. At least they don't have swords strapped to their feet this time. Thankfully. Yeah, they have normal legs, yes. That. Oh. Oh dear. For that, I should be thankful. What? What? This is just a hit? There's no lever for this elevator? It's just one way, huh? These birds seem pretty chill about all this lightning going on. Oh, the dragon's breathing lightning again. No biggie. At least the birds don't breathe fire. Alright, there we go. I gotta say, he is a very impressive dragon. Or she. Quite majestic. Whoa, hey, Soren's Blade, thank you for that raid. The Blade raid. How's it going tonight? Welcome everyone from Soren's Blades chat, by the way. If this is your first time here, you're just in time to watch us play through the last part of the zone. Hey, I'm the Sharply Dressed Man. We're playing some Elden Ring tonight. It's good to have all of you. Hope you had a fantastic night over there at Soren's Blades stream. I'm sure you did. Playing some Final Fantasy XIV. Stuff is going well, Soren. We are making excellent progress. How do you like my outfit? Be honest. It's a huge dragon? Yeah. My head looks like Frieza. Thank you. Yes. It's beautiful. Yes, thank you. Yes, I knew I could count on Soren to give me an honest opinion. Appreciate it. Was that on my head? It's a giant blue marble. It's the Eye of Sauron. Except, you know, blue instead of red. I don't know. It's Mysterio from Spider-Man. That's me. Yes. Oh. Oh dear. Slew a dragon. Died to bird. Gecko corrupted one of the Palantir? What? What do you mean? Looks like it's only for big brains. Yes. It's the biggest brain hat you could possibly have. What do you mean he corrupted one of the Palantir? The bird is the real boss. These things are ridiculous, man. Yeah, these birds. I can deal with giant dragons and demigods, but forget it when it comes to hawks and other birds. Avians. Palantir of the Red Seeing Stones, like Mary got obsessed with. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I thought you were talking about something he was doing in Final Fantasy III or something like that. So we've been playing, this is day 19 of Elden Ring, for those of you that have not joined me here yet. We are well invested in the game right now. We're very, very late game. Still haven't finished it though. Something like 100 and... How much time do we have in this? 130 hours. And I honestly don't know how much time or how much more I have left in the game. It's that big. Almost 25% done exploring, right? Almost. Oh! Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone, fantastic. That means I can upgrade one of my weapons to the max level. That's a nice little parting gift from that dragon that I slew. The biggest brain. Speaking of big brain, how are your raids? You excited for the upcoming patch. Where was that? Where's the hawk that killed me last time? Where'd he go? I'm so like gun shy. I don't want to ruin this. I don't want to mess this up. Ah, there he is. God, get that thing out of here. Jeez. Just, ugh. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many of the monsters in this game, the bad guys, ambush you. They're waiting behind doors, they're waiting around corners, they're on the tops of pedestals, they're clinging to walls, to ceilings, just all over the place, everywhere, all the time. Makes you a little paranoid. But, you know, the paranoia keeps you safe. Keeps you alive. Hail and well met, Gego. How's it going tonight, man? It's good to see you. Welcome. How was Final Fantasy III? Any closer to finishing it off? I feel like jumping down here might have been a mistake, but... well, we're committed now. This is where we're going. And... wah! You would die from sneaky enemies or rolling off the edge. Yeah. Yeah, and that happens a lot. That has happened to me a lot. Falling off the edges of things, getting ambushed before I can actually respond. Falling down pits that look safe, but are definitely not safe. Huh. Oh. Oh. So these guys... I don't feel like they are designed to be really bad, but they hurt a lot. I can hear another one clomping around upstairs. Corrupted, I wear a corrupted Palantir, yes. The eye is always watching. So the mechanical reason why I'm wearing this headpiece is it increases the potency of one of the spells I'm using. The this big one right here. Significantly. It also increases the spell cost significantly, but that's fine, I've got lots of potions. Made progress tonight. Had to do some grinding, but it's been fun. Nice. Good. Good. I'm glad that you're enjoying Final Fantasy III. Wait. This is not the place... Oh. This is not where I expected to be. Okay, wait. There's other stuff down here that we need to explore. This looks like the way forward. Which, as everybody that plays RPGs knows, you have to explore before you commit to the way forward. So you can get all the loot. Dragon Tower Shield. Let's see what this says. Tower shield engraved with a dragon, naturally, symbol of protection. Heavy, even among great shields, it possesses exceptional guarding ability. The ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erd Tree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. You never take the way forward right away. Never. Never. Because otherwise you might miss out on some secrets. Loot. Experience points. Lore. Yeah, right, Martine. That happens to me a lot. When I'm in a maze in a RPG, I tend to find the way through very quickly, so then I have to go back. Gotta check. Gotta check under every elevator too, you know? I saw this thing was solid and I thought for sure that there was gonna be something underneath it. Used to be bad about getting the right way, and then you ended up mistakenly getting lost. Oh, don't get me wrong, that has happened to me as well. A lot. Yeah. Alright, let's see what's up this way. Is that another Crucible Knight? Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Oh, what is... Oh, no! Oh, this is really bad. Okay. Are they fighting each other? Oh, thank goodness. Actually, probably the best outcome there is that they fight each other. I'm out of mana. I'm out of MP. Well, this is bad. Heal. Oh. He can breathe fire in midair. Good. Good. I was not expecting that. It was a very one-sided fight. Yeah, it was, but no matter who won, it was in my favor. Alright. Well. Here we go again. I want to say, A, I need to get up there, and B, there's a pathway up to the right down there that I have not yet explored, which seems like it might be a interesting place to check out. Like that elevator I just unlocked, pretty sure that takes me right back down to where that thing was. Well, I guess that... The bird's down there now. Hang on a second. Okay. He's really mad. He's very upset. I want to see what's down that pathway. Because I feel like there's a boss down there. I'm murdering his friends repeatedly. Do you think he remembers? Do you think these things remember that I've defeated them before? There's a thing to consider. Because they're... like, they definitely reset physically. What about mentally or emotionally? Yeah. Stuck in the corner. Beautiful. I thought I had everything all worked out there until I got stuck in the corner and I couldn't back away from him. And then that's where it all went horribly wrong, actually. I'm a little surprised that there's so many Crucible Knights in this area. We've already fought one. We found the second one in a very, very small hallway, which is just an absolute nightmare. Somewhat akin to fighting eagles, I would say. I keep seeing these places, and I think to myself, have I been there already? Am I going there? Like this Colosseum-looking thing. That place. I must be going there, right? Because that seems like a very large central building in the area. I don't think I've been there already, but maybe I have? I simply didn't realize it because I was inside of it at the time, you know? It's difficult to have perspective and introspection when you are inside of something. Okay. We're definitely going to go up this hill this time. And these demi-humans are not going to stop me. I'm sorry, what? He just dodged that so elegantly. Good for him, actually. Now I know what they feel like when I dodge their attacks. Alright, wait. Aha. Oh, no way! Are you serious? I mean, he died, but he finished me off at the same time. I am a little surprised by that. Yeah. Yeah, man. So, this whole area is defined by that sort of interaction that we just had. I feel like the entire thing, this entire place feels like that. You make a little bit of progress, and then there's a thing that will kill you because it's, you know, you haven't run into it yet. Whether it's a very powerful monster or if it's a very well-placed one, the effect is the same. Okay, take number 3 on getting up this road. And then across the bridge, apparently. What a twist of fate that was, yes. I suppose you could call it that. Can I see him from here? Oh, he runs out as you approach this thing. Did you see that? He runs out of the building as you get close to this bridge. And then takes his position to kind of pelt you with his chakrams. That's tricky. This is the kind of stuff I have to deal with. Ah, yes, naturally. An altar or temple filled with water. But what else does it contain? Oh, hi. At least one of those things. Very good. And one of the caster ones, too. Swing. There we go. Get him. It must be nice to be able to cast a spell completely out of LOS and still hit the thing you're aiming at. This guy's OP as hell. Somber Miner's Bell Bearing, rank 5. I think that means that we can buy up to rank 10 Somber Smithing Stones. There we are. Okay, so we found beside the Great Bridge. This is it. This is where I wanted to be. There's more to explore, but this is where I wanted to go. There's a boss up this way. Naturally, let's check. Just in case. Okay, so that over there is looking out on... Oh, the bridge. That's where that thing goes. If you go down that way over to that tower there, the Crucible Knight is inside of that bridge, that collapsed bridge. Hey, Creed. No, thank you for shouting out Creed. Appreciate that. Alright, so before we go and fight the boss, we must attempt to defeat the Crucible Knights inside of the bridge. And I'm almost positive when we finish the Crucible Knights, it unlocks this elevator that I'm right next to. So we get on this way. Exact same path. But we take a left instead of a right. Okay, so we went up that pathway there. This is where the dragon was. And thankfully we don't have to go up there to fight the birds, we can leave them be. But we do need to go down this way. I think. Where was this place? Ah, it's right here. As Creed and Soren have merged into one being, have they decided upon their new name? Ah, that's an excellent question, Gego. Soreed? But you think that makes you sound Canadian. Ah, right. Sorried. This whole area here, there's just so many large, dangerous monsters with tons of HP. Bird. I don't know if I actually have to fight the two of these guys up here at the top of this ladder. We might be able to go around them entirely. I think there's an elevator here. Yes. Yes. Krenz is where you'll probably end up. Got it. A noble name. Whoa. So, I gotta imagine that the thing that's waiting for me in that giant coliseum is a dragon, because they're giving me, just loading me up with anti-dragon items. Oh, he's just back there fighting them. The Crucible Knight is just cleaning house, apparently. There we go. That's how we do that. Fantastic. Oof, that feels good. Get that guy out of the way. And then, if I'm not mistaken, elevator right here, yes? Yes? There's a ladder, at least. Okay. It's a manual elevator. Are you like Groot, Soren? I am Krenz. Oh. Oh no, this didn't take me to the elevator, this took me above it. So we got a Stormbreak Talisman +2, which means that we have the upgraded version that vastly boosts lightning damage negation, which means that we might be fighting something that uses lightning attacks pretty soon. That might be a dragon. Wouldn't that be a kick? I still don't know what that elevator goes to, that broken elevator. Back there. That has no lever. In that building at the top of the ladder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a treasure chest there, meaning I have to come back here and explore. And let's go fight a boss. I feel like that seems like a fun thing. Let's go see what this boss is. There might be another boss before we get to that boss too. Yeah, there's an elevator missing a lever. So there's a gentleman standing at the top of this ramp that appears to be riding a horse. This ramp leads to the Colosseum. This material seems oddly organic. Also, there's a lot of dead beastmen here. I did not kill them. Something else did. Something else did this to these things. Do you remember when I said, hey, I want to go up to that spot over there? This is what I was talking about. Now, what did this to all these beastmen? And is it still around? Invaded by recusant Bernal? Bernal, I thought we were buddies! I thought we were friends. Ow, 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 ow. Leave me alone, I'm trying to fight this guy. Bernal serves you right. We got the Blasphemous Claw. Devour Scepter, that sounds promising. Beast Champion Helm, Armor, Gauntlets, Greaves. So wait, what? We got a lot of stuff. It's like some kind of talisman, I think. We got a talisman. We got a couple weapons. Let's see. And then a full suit of armor. Yeah, he was a loot pinata. He exploded into so much stuff. The Shard of Alexander. Alright, so what was it? What did we get? Because I honestly wasn't paying attention. I was too busy looking at the weapons. Okay. Might as well look at them. Devour's Scepter. Equipment, item, weapon, armor. You forget it all? Yeah, me too. It's just ridiculous. Alright, hang on. Wait. I have an idea. I have an idea. Let's, Order of acquisition. Alright, so we got an item. Blasphemous Claw. Deflects the power of the Black Blade. Oh, nice. A slab of rock engraved with traces of the Rune of Death can deflect the power of the Black Blade. On the night of the dire plot, Ronnie rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade, the Black Beast of Destined Death. So that's why he had this, because he was at Volcano Manor. Presumably Rykard gave it to this guy. So Ronnie and Rykard were behind the night of the plot where she stole Destined Death. So we already knew that. She confessed to that a long time ago. And this was their failsafe. Interesting. Man, the best followers. I love good followers, you know, just quality followers. Thank you, Gecko. Appreciate that. Deflect the power of the Black Blade. Alright, then we got a weapon. I'm just gonna go check everything. We got a golden seed. A whole bunch of key items I need to use. Rail's Roar. Here we go. Devour Scepter. Scepter in the shape of a serpent devouring the world. This weapon will one day become the very symbol of the Lord of Blasphemy. One of the legendary armaments, a vision of the future briefly seen by Rykard in his final moments before being devoured by the Great Serpent. Oh. Devourer of Worlds. Charge the scepter with magic and strike it against the ground to steal the HP of all nearby enemies. Is that what that does? That's what he was doing. Steals the HP of all nearby enemies. That's... seems really powerful. I know. I guess I'll just have to make do with my free-range, natural, organic followers, you know? And then we got a whole bunch of armor. Let's check out that armor. Let's see. Silver helm engraved with tiny beasts worn by Bernal the Recusant. The beasts, their eyes and ears covered, represent an oath. See nothing, hear nothing, doubt nothing, and carry on along the path set in stone. Beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this armor befits a champion worthy of becoming a lord. And that is what Bernal was. Until his maiden threw herself into the fire. Bernal was a lord? And then his maiden immolated herself? Our maiden immolated herself. Is that what's going to happen to us? No wonder Bernal is so bitter. And joined the Volcano Manor. Staunchly against the fate chosen for him by the greater will. Old Lord's Talisman. Wait, this is not a talisman? There we go. Extends spell effect duration. Legendary talisman depicting the ancient king, whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time. Extends the duration of sorceries and incantations. It is said that the ancient royal city of Farum Azula has been slowly crumbling since time immemorial. It's a four-headed dragon. Oh no. Is that what's waiting for me? Down there is a four-headed dragon. So Bernal, I guess, came through here and just laid waste to all these beastmen. Those followers taste better anyway? They do, yes. They taste delicious. Don't forget to follow the broadcast, by the way. Click the button just below the stream for go live notifications. Is that what I think it is? Evidently, yes. Seems to be. There's a dragon, Crucible Knights. Oh, he breathes fire too! Oh man, I don't know why I'm surprised. Ha! And he shoots lightning. Man, beautiful. Love this guy already. Oh, his horse breathes fire. Oh, that time he shot 2 of them. Oh, ow. Ow. Alright, I got 1 HP, we're good. Am I out of healing potions? Oh, I sure am. Not that I'm surprised. Oh, he reset! This can either be construed as good or bad. I thought he would just follow me the entire way down, given that there's a very large bridge here. If I had hit him with that first barrage, and I thought I was within range, that would have been a kill, but... unlucky, man. I thought for sure I was within range to hit him. Come on. Son of a... It's like every time I try to heal, he hits me with something else. Which is great, just like churns through all of my potions. I'm starting to think that he's just not vulnerable at certain times. Seriously? Whoa! Hey, yeah, okay, that's not close at all. Malformed dragon helm, malformed dragon armor, gauntlets, and greaves. Ooh. Yes. Yes, please. More armor. A malformed dragon helm. Golden helm, adorned with various dragon imagery and worn by the misshapen tree sentinels. After the great ancient dragon Grandsax attacked, the sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves. I don't know if I follow that logic. Hey, White Hell Days. There we go. Yeah, we got it. Let's see what lies beyond the mist. Is that Gronk?
Destined death. I will not have it stolen.
from me again.
Ow. Oh. There's a bottomless pit here. Obviously. Yes, naturally there's a bottomless pit just inside the door. That's fantastic. Good. Good. What kills me in this game makes me stronger. Fantastic, man. Best of luck, White Hell Days. You've got it, man. Oh. Okay. There's the rock. Where's the hard place? Oh. Phase 2. I see.
Become my blade once more.
Oh. Oh, wow. That's cool. That's... Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. That's Malakath the Black Blade. Fantastic. He just hits me once. And that's it. Game over. Cower before Malakath the Black Blade? Don't mind if I do, I guess. Let's try using the thing. I've had things to help fight bosses before, but I've always forgotten to use them, so I feel like this might be a good time to remember. Okay. Are you serious? Wow. Oh, those things fall down, too. I missed. What does it do? Maybe there's a specific time I'm supposed to use it or something, because it doesn't seem to really... It doesn't really care about it all that much. There's a lot of stuff going on in this fight. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Why do I not have max HP? Oh, I know why. Because he has an ability that reduces your max HP. It's very similar to the ability that Tish uses. It does a damage over time, and it reduces your max HP. So I'm thinking to myself, maybe I can make a build where I use the black knife, and I also apply a damage over time that reduces your max HP. How low do you think we can get boss max HP between me and Tish? Even Mimic would be fine too. Real close. Oh, no, no. I want to get to phase 2. Well, you are not going to stop me. That transition, by the way, is so sick. Oh, yes, naturally. That thing. What? Whoa. Friend, relax. Okay! I feel like if I had one more spell off, I would have actually defeated him, but man, that's, yeah. That ability right there reminds me of Millennia. Your favorite transition? Yeah. It's impressive. It's very cool how he pulls that sword out of that medallion, or whatever it is, the seal that he has on his hand. That's really neat. I feel like as far as transitions go, I forgot to heal myself. As far as transitions go, my favorite one so far has been Rykard. Rykard, I didn't see that one coming at all. I was totally caught off guard. And then of course you have to say Millennia because she is very attractive. Let's leave it at that. Oh. And here I thought Godric's was impressive, you know? He hit me just before he transitioned, which means I'm going to have not max HP going into this. Trying to dodge it. It's not happening. Oh! Witness. Why?
To kill what?
Everything. To kill everything.
The rune of death is unbound. And the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate. But the flames will also burn the impenetrable thorns. Farewell it is then. You'll be Elden Lord yet.
Ooh. Did we do that? Yes. We unsealed destined death. The burning of the Erd tree. So where are we? This is Lingdell, huh? There's a lot of stuff going on here. Yep. It continues to be on fire. Was she dead? Uh-oh. Well then. She's dead, but she's still working. Remembrance of the Black Blade. But I need to read the description on this. Hang on. Remembrance of Malekith, the Black Blade hewn into the Erd tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked, yada yada. Malekith was a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean. Marika's sole need of her shadow was a vessel to lock away destined death. Even then she betrayed him. Betrayed him how? Oh. There's something else there. His Empyrean being Marika. Clearly. So we can either take Malekith's Black Blade. Malekith's Black Blade, which once harbored the power of the Rune of Death. A sad shadow of its former glory. After a fragment of death was stolen on that fateful night, Malekith bound the blade within his own flesh, such that none might ever rob death again. That's why he was eating all of that death, those death root. And he seemed fine with it, because he had merged himself with the rune of death. Comes with the unique skill Destined Death. Set free the remnants of Destined Death, plunging the greatsword into the ground to summon a myriad of blades. In addition to dealing immediate damage, this attack reduces the enemy's maximum HP and continues to wear down HP for a short time. Or we can take the Black Blade Incantation. Power gleaned from the remembrance of Malekith, caster creates an illusory Black Blade, then leaps forward to deliver a spinning slash that emits a wave of light. This can be followed up with one additional attack. This blade was once imbued with Destined Death. In addition to dealing damage, it reduces foes' maximum HP and continues to sap their HP for a very short time. Wait, does this requires faith? Interesting. Can I buy Malekith's armor? I guess that's asking for a bit too much, eh? Huh? It's too bad. Oh, I can! Malekith's Helm. Oh, what? Oh. Didn't even really register for me. Alright, let's see. Beast's Helm made of black iron and decorated with gold, worn by Malekith the Black Blade. Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother. So he was related to Marika. Bore a blade imbued with Destined Death. There was not one demigod who did not fear him. Champions knew what was at stake. Indeed, that is what made them champions. So Malekith was related to Marika. And she betrayed him, apparently. Or something. Not entirely sure why.
I see. You're here for some spirit tuning.
She sounds so resigned. See if we can talk Hugh out of staying. Into leaving, I should say. Buddy, you gotta go.
Who are you?
Who am I?
Oh, now. Let's get smithing. Could you tell me what happened? Why is the round table burning? In ruins. Why does that girl weep for me? Oh. Have I forgotten something of dire importance?
I see. Oh, so it wasn't just me this happened to. To think he'd forget who you were as well. I knew he'd burn himself out. Old Hugh. I think we could talk him into leaving the Round Table hold now. But maybe it's better that we don't. It's only proper that we respect his choice to stay. I'll remain with Hugh. He made me who I am today. I'd like to return the kindness, in whatever small way I can.
I don't know who that is, Mule.
Who are you? Oh, now.
But since you told me what the name is, I can kind of figure out who it is. Just try not to ask me the questions like, have you fought X boss? Because unless I fought that boss and you've seen me fight that boss, you're asking me to spoil the game for myself. It's a leading question. It's impossible for me to answer. Oh, I see that Gideon has taken his leave. As I think everyone should. Except Roderica and Hugh, I guess, are leaving. Or are staying, I should say. Remember when I said that Roderica was better off for us having talked to her? Maybe I was wrong.
I see. Please, become Elden Lord. Hugh was always saying that you were a lord. To him.
Aww.
So slay her with the weapons he smithed. Slay the god Marika, who cursed us all.
Interesting. Lanedale, capital of Ash. Ooh. And to think that there's so much other stuff here that I have not yet done. There's so much left, I feel like. But this area here was really fun. I wonder where Rykard went. Also, I wonder if Tanith is still trying to... Not Rykard, Gideon. I wonder if Tanith's still hanging out with him. With Rykard, I mean. Hey, King Hydas. Thank you for that raid. Welcome, everybody. How's it going tonight? Hello, Spirit Legion. Welcome, everybody, from King Hydas' chat. If this is your first time here, I'm the Sharply Dressed Man. We're playing some Elden Ring tonight. We are very late game. Castle Green incoming. Welcome, everybody. Come on in. How was your broadcast?
Oh, you. Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is not easily consumed.
Yeah, she has a long way to go. It seems. Hey, no worries, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Looking good? Thank you. Thank you. I try very hard to live up to the hype. Lots of prog? Nice. I've been about 130 hours into the game. Pushing 140 right now. How's it been for me? A wild ride, honestly. An absolutely wild ride. He's still here. But evidently not very happy to see me. I didn't bring him any food. I'm just confused why he's still here, that's all. But then again, it feels like people are in two places a lot in this game. Yeah, we just I don't know, we're really late into the game right now. Very late. I finished the Hailing Tree tonight, which was nice. And then all kinds of stuff happened. Alright, thanks. Thanks, Hydas. Appreciate that. Enjoy your food. I think I might grab some food as well. Actually, yeah, that sounds really good. Let me figure something out real quick here. So this is done. We did this. Fire Giant finished. So I feel like they're telling me to go fight the last boss. I feel like that is what they're saying you need to go do next. So let's see if we can wrap up some of the quests that we still have pending. I don't know if I can even open this door. The quest for Lightseeker, I think her name's Hyeda? That's broken for me, so I can't finish that. Yeah, Lightseeker Hyeda. I have everything except I'm missing one Shiburi grape, which I should be able to get here, but the guy doesn't spawn. I've tried many times to get him to show up, but he's just not... does not show up. Alright, let's see what else we can do here. Nicola's still looking pretty good. Yeah. Alright, let's go check out America, I guess. Lingdale, capital of Ash. Well, I don't know, this whole area is basically new, I suppose. Do I have to re-explore all of this... the entire city? It's buried now. Interesting. I wonder if anybody's actually still here. It's interesting, that cutscene. Really kind of gives you a feeling for the weight of the decisions that you make. Or have made. It's a huge tree, yes. It's the Erd tree. It's been there since the very beginning of the game. So still and quiet now. Ooh, hey.
Bok the seamster, at your service, my lord. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
That is fantastic, Bach. I'm so glad that you're here. Well, I can take the cloak off of Malakath's armor. Now, why would I go do a thing like that?
Going already, my lord. Please do be safe on your journeys.
It's interesting that I had to rediscover that Site of Grace. Oh, it removed all of them. Ah, okay, that makes it more interesting. I just remembered I had all of these Sites of Grace all through this city. No, all the way up to the Elden throne. It's a neat bit of customization. I like the fact that you can change stuff. You can take off the cloaks of any piece of armor that has a cloak, basically. Is generally what you can do with the modifications. Also, this will take some digging to get back to. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. They're all buried under piles of ash. Yeah, you can change the hats too, right? There's a few hats that you can turn into completely different hats. Like, there's a wide-brimmed hat that you can turn into basically a bandana. Which looks cool, but it's nowhere even close to the same hat. Who's this? Hello?
Ah, I knew you'd
It's
come
Gideon!
to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, nice. Holy wow, okay. Let's heal up. Tisha's is doing a good job of keeping him pinned.
I know in my bones a tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you.
Not even me, huh?
A man cannot kill a god.
Be surprised. Scepter, here we go. Nice, we got the whole outfit. Loot pinataed again. Yeah, Tish got in there. Tish got in there. Scepter of the All-Knowing. All-Knowing Helm, Armor, Gauntlets, and Greaves. So we learned from another piece of gear that Saluvis and Gideon knew each other. Which might explain why Saluvis was trying to murder Nefeli. Let's see. So let's see. Equipment. We got what? A scepter. Scepter of the All-Knowing. In the form of a hand grasping a pearl. Signature weapon of Sir Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing. The pearl stands for the world, the heavens, and an eye representing the many forms of knowledge never fully attainable. Even knowing that, the All-Knowing's hand grasps for it. Unique skill, knowledge above all. Raise the scepter to manifest the realm of the All-Knowing. Enemy magic and holy damage negation will be reduced for all within the area, including the caster. Oh, that's interesting. Manifest the realm of the All-Knowing. Helm set with countless eyes and ears, worn by Gideon Ofnir. Knowledge begins with the recognition of one's ignorance. The realization that the search for knowledge is unending, but when Gideon glimpsed into the will of Queen Marika, he shuddered in fear. At the end that should not be. Whoa. That's distressing. Nice work, thank you. Appreciate that. The end that should not be. Speaking of Nefeli, let's see if Nefeli's still sticking around. I do have this appreciation that Godric's head and his upper torso just forever lying in the mud until the end of days.
I will remain to summon the storm.
Okay.
But your guidance and your fight surely lie elsewhere.
Yeah, you're right.
For the time being, I share command of the castle with my lady. But I plan on returning to my fort afterwards, at which time I can fulfill my old promise by raising you to the glory of knighthood. I hope it is just as wonderful as you imagine.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. I can't wait to finish this whole thing, just so I can be knighted. By Kenneth Haight, the one and only. He's returned. The Lord has returned at long last. Our very first Lord to brandish the Elden Ring once more. The great Kenneth Haight. Yes. This is Marika's bedchamber. That bed is huge, and it's made out of stone. Who sleeps on rocks? Erd Tree Heal. I get the sense that the Erd Tree incantations should stop working at this point. Heals a vast amount of HP for the caster and nearby allies. The Erd Tree once flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment. Such is the course of all life. Hold to continue praying and delay activation. Well, let's see what we have here.
It's been a long while, Morgoth. Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured, the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, am returned. To be granted audience once more. Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
Yeah, he's back! Godfrey and Sirash. I knew that fight that I had earlier just didn't do the guy justice. Whoa! Yes! That's what I like to see. What have we got? Oh, here we go.
That will be all. Thou didst me good service, Sirash.
Oh! Ah. Oh no.
I've given thee courtesy enough.
Whoa. Whoa.
Now I fight as Horalu. Warrior!
What? No way. Is he related to Nefeli? Oh god. Don't dunk me! Wow. Like the very first thing he does is dunk you. That's insane. That is so awesome. So is Nefeli another in the line of the Golden Order? The Golden Lineage? Warrior! That is so epic. Wow. I love this game. I really do. This game is fantastic. Hey, damn. By the way, good to see you. Thank you, appreciate that. I saw that video. Yeah, that's how I learned that if you parry somebody, I think if you stagger somebody who's mounted, they instantly get dismounted. That's one could potentially assume. Right, I mean, I think the implication is pretty heavy there. That Nefeli is part of the Golden Lineage. Which makes her, well, that makes so much sense, because that means that's why Kenneth chose her to rule Stormvale, because she's part of the Golden Lineage. I don't know if Kenneth knew that, but there you go. Maybe he knows more than we think. Yeah, Kenneth Height basically said, hey, you're next in line. You are ruler of Stormvale Castle and all of Limgrave. Alright, everyone. I would love to continue, but it's after midnight. I have to get some rest for work in the morning. We're gonna put it to sleep here. We're gonna push the pause button on Elden Ring. I'll be playing more Elden Ring on Monday night at 7:30 p.m. We'll wrap it up as much as we can. Maybe we'll dive into a few more side quests or missions before we finish the game, but we'll see. I really do want to kind of explore a bit more. Suck as much out of it as I can before we fight the last boss. Thank you everybody for sticking around. As always, it's great to see you. Thank you very much for the subs, the raids, and the